Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques, l'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des trois piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
Le projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'IAMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, la ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'IAMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le code de la comptabilité publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc elle assure un suivi de façon permanente pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
D'abord dans la région lyonnaise et puis la région parisienne, donc dans le 93 à Aubervilliers. À travers mon entrepreneuriat, à travers mes activités, en tant qu'Emma Camara et également chef d'entreprise, on se rend compte que ce soit dans ma ville d'origine ou à Conakry, qu'il y a un effet positif en termes de communication. C'est-à-dire qu'à Aubervilliers, on a tendance à voir cette ville dans les médias, surtout pour des aspects plutôt négatifs, la Seine-Saint-Denis, la banlieue, etc. Et finalement, on voit aujourd'hui qu'il y a des porteurs de projets, il y a de l'innovation. Et nous, en tant que jeunes... Bonjour, je suis Emma Camara, donc directrice de l'agence Emma et Camara Communication. Je suis née en Guinée. Je suis arrivée en France à l'âge de 5 ans. Durant plus de 30 ans, j'ai effectué tout mon parcours en France. D'abord dans la région lyonnaise et puis la région parisienne, donc dans le 93 à Aubervilliers. À travers mon entrepreneuriat, à travers mes activités, en tant qu'Emma Camara et également chef d'entreprise, on se rend compte que ce soit dans ma ville d'origine ou à Conakry, qu'il y a un effet positif en termes de communication. C'est-à-dire qu'à Aubervilliers, on a tendance à voir cette ville dans les médias, surtout pour des aspects plutôt négatifs, la Seine-Saint-Denis, la banlieue, etc. Et finalement, on voit aujourd'hui qu'il y a des porteurs de projets, il y a de l'innovation. Et nous, en tant que jeunes, peut-être plus jeunes, mais en tant que chef d'entreprise, notamment via mon association, donc les Passerelles de Rosa, on est une trentaine, une quarantaine comme ça de mon réseau à venir dans les collèges du 93 et à témoigner de notre parcours, des embûches, des difficultés, puisque tout n'est pas rose. Les success stories sont passées par des challenges avant. Donc voilà, l'idée c'est de pouvoir avoir un effet miroir aussi avec ces jeunes-là, de dire que nous aussi, on a grandi ici, on a été au même collège que vous, et regardez, on réussit, on va au bout de nos rêves, on va au bout de nos aspirations, et on n'a pas de limite en fait dans nos rêves. Donc ça c'est un effet positif que j'ai pu voir sur le territoire d'Aubervilliers. On a travaillé avec la municipalité pour ça, avec le contrat de ville, et les autres associations déjà sur le terrain, donc dans une dynamique partenariale vraiment avec les collèges. Au niveau de Conakry, je me rends compte qu'il y a de nouveaux termes qui apparaissent comme ça, comme les ripates. Et donc, je suis considérée comme une ripate. Donc, voilà, c'est le nouveau terme. C'est-à-dire ces personnes d'origine qui retournent dans leur pays d'origine. Il y a je ne sais pas si c'est un effet de mode, mais en tout cas, un vrai engouement, un vrai intérêt parce que nous, en tant que ripates, on démystifie peut-être l'Afrique. Donc, en Belgique, peu importe en fait. Et donc cette réalité-là aussi qu'on amène sur nos réseaux sociaux, via ma page Instagram, suscite de l'intérêt, que ce soit au niveau touristique, au niveau associatif et également au niveau entrepreneurial en fait. Je pense qu'en ayant grandi à Aubervilliers, et en étant une personne d'origine, ça nous a apporté une capacité à s'adapter à tout environnement. Et donc, ce multiculturalisme, je vais y arriver, dans lequel j'ai eu la chance en fait d'évoluer, me permet aujourd'hui de pouvoir tisser des liens avec tout public en fait. Et en plus, je suis une communicante. Donc, tout ce parcours que j'ai pu parcourir, donc d'Aubervilliers jusqu'à des grandes écoles que j'ai eu la chance aussi de faire, me permet vraiment de pouvoir, nouer ce lien avec l'autre, transmettre un message et puis nouer des partenariats très existants, mais des partenariats vraiment gagnant-gagnant. Oui, moi j'ai pu être aidée parce que je suis une femme et en plus issue de la diversité et qu'il y avait un programme adapté à ce moment-là pour moi qui est Stand-up HEC. J'ai pu bénéficier Voilà, il faut y aller, il faut foncer, il faut continuer de réseauter en fait. Le réseau, il se crée avec authenticité, je dis toujours, qu'il ne faut pas profiter des gens, il faut profiter des opportunités. Je pense que quand même, que ce soit l'Île-de-France ou la ville où j'habite actuellement ou la ville où j'ai grandi, aurait pu peut-être plus accompagner cette jeunesse qui en veut, cette jeunesse qui est prête à se battre pour impacter autour de soi. Et j'ai pas l'impression d'avoir été écoutée au bon moment. Les villes peuvent accompagner en fait leurs talents locaux. Je sais que via l'association, nous les passerelles de Rosa à Aubervilliers, le fait d'avoir le tampon mairie d'Aubervilliers qui nous accompagne dans la démarche nous a permis d'avoir d'autres partenaires. Et donc ce sont des choses simples en fait finalement à mettre en place. Ce serait de peut-être pas labelliser toutes les initiatives qui se font dans la ville, mais au moins peut-être pourquoi pas de créer des concours, de créer des événements, des cocktails de networking pour aller à la rencontre de ces initiatives en fait locales, de pouvoir les repérer, les identifier et les proposer sur des concours à l'échelle plus nationale ou internationale.
Je me présente Paul-Laurent Niobelipot. Alors, je suis originaire du Cameroun et ça va faire 8 ans que je suis résident en Tunisie et principalement dans la ville de Sfax. Nous avons créé à l'aide de camarades l'incubateur Koufania, dans le but de permettre aux migrants de pouvoir s'insérer économiquement et aussi de pouvoir s'intégrer au sein de la société, parce qu'un migrant intégré, il paye son loyer, il peut se soigner et n'est plus un poids pour la société d'accueil, mais aussi un acteur du développement local. À travers cet espace, on arrive à créer une forme de lien que peut-être d'autres espaces culturels ou bien de la ville n'arrivent pas forcément à créer, mais parce que du fait que nous-mêmes nous soyons migrants et que nous soyons à l'origine de cette initiative, nous avons compris la dimension qui est celle d'avoir un espace de métissage, d'échange, de discute entre deux populations qui ne se connaissent pas forcément et qui, à travers des activités ludiques, vont pouvoir se découvrir, vont pouvoir échanger ensemble, et ça a un très bon impact dans la vie des migrants ou même des populations autres. Je me rappellerai toujours de ce jeune étudiant qui était là, ça faisait déjà un moment, et qui disait voilà que très sincèrement c'est des Tunisiens, et qui pensaient qu'il ne pouvait pas un jour être capable de discuter avec un Tunisien de manière si aisée, ou bien de travailler avec un Tunisien pour un projet. À travers déjà notre activité principale qui est l'intégration et l'autonomisation des bénéficiaires migrants, nous avons pu former déjà jusqu'à présent près de 30 bénéficiaires migrants. Profil un peu plus privilégié, on va dire cela, c'est des migrants un peu plus en situation régulière qui, eux, parmi ces 15, on a 9 qui ont mis en place une activité, et, un produit et un service commercialisé localement, et 2 entreprises, dont une a reçu le label Startup Act, et une autre jeune entreprise est pré-labellisée Startup Act. Alors le Startup Act, un dispositif décerné par le ministère du numérique et de la recherche scientifique, qui prouve vraiment le côté novatrice d'un projet, et nous sommes fiers de montrer que les migrants sont des acteurs de l'innovation aussi. Nous avons une approche inclusive et collaborative dans la démarche de nos actions. Par exemple, nous menons des activités avec des associations de jeunesse locales. À travers eux, on arrive facilement à discuter avec les populations locales, à parler de l'intérêt que d'avoir des projets de sel Takabi. Et cela permet facilement pour vraiment les populations locales d'accepter ce type d'initiative. Et d'ailleurs, pendant la crise Covid, on s'est rendu compte vraiment de la solidarité qu'avaient les populations locales envers les migrants. On recevait des messages, on était tagués des fois contre un migrant, et c'était des Tunisiens qui nous taguaient sur Facebook lorsqu'un migrant avait une difficulté. Pour vous dire à quel point de savoir que nous existons, ça leur permet aussi eux d'être acteurs aussi du changement d'une situation d'un bénéficiaire. C'est très important pour des petites initiatives comme les nôtres d'avoir de la visibilité, d'avoir du soutien d'acteurs venant d'autres pays, je dis n'importe quoi, peut-être de la Tunisie, du Cameroun, du Sénégal, de la France ou du Liban. Vraiment, ces initiatives qui sont aussi novatrices, et de pouvoir se joindre autour d'un réseau et de discuter ensemble des perspectives et de la vision que nous avons aussi du social dans nos sociétés et dans la vie. Comme on dit, l'arbre qui tombe fait plus de bruit que la forêt qui pousse. Et la recommandation que je pourrais faire, c'est d'avoir ce réseau composé d'acteurs qui arrivent à faire un changement pour donner plus de visibilité aux initiatives comme la nôtre ou d'autres initiatives qui apportent réellement une meilleure vision et un meilleur souffle pour notre société. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, la jeunesse qui arrive a besoin de voir aussi que les hommes sont capables de s'unir et de travailler ensemble.
Le Rwanda est convaincu qu'à travers l'échange des connaissances et expériences, les pays du Sud peuvent avancer leur développement respectif et commun. C'est notre mission à Rwanda Corporation de faire de cette conviction une réalité en travaillant en partenariat avec des institutions gouvernementales, partenaires de développement et organisations de la société civile et en promouvant les initiatives endogènes innovantes ainsi que les bonnes pratiques qui sont à la base du parcours de transformation du Rwanda. Notre collaboration avec ces partenaires crée des initiatives adaptées aux défis de leur développement, cela à travers des visites d'études, des programmes de formation, des services de recherche et conseils techniques. L'exécution des projets, Rwandapedia, un outil de partage en ligne permettant d'accéder à de nombreuses formations sur les initiatives rwandaises, ainsi qu'une exposition virtuelle sur le processus de développement du Rwanda. Plus de 1200 délégués provenant de 38 pays ont bénéficié de ces services. Nous nous inspirons des traditions et de la culture rwandaise, mais également des 3 piliers de la vision nationale qui sont l'unité, la transparence et l'ambition. Nous sommes animés par un esprit d'innovation et utilisons la technologie dans le développement de nos solutions. La collaboration, l'excellence, la flexibilité et la capacité à délivrer sont des éléments clés de notre succès. Nous nous réjouissons de continuer d'échanger avec vous, notamment dans les domaines de la gestion des finances publiques, la gestion de la santé communautaire, la gestion des terres, l'égalité des genres et tant d'autres, tout en vous assurant une expérience hors pair.
Le projet Inventaire et valorisation du patrimoine immobilier de la ville de Tunis est la concrétisation d'un partenariat entre la ville de Tunis et la ville de Namur sur financement de l'IAMF. Il sera déployé sur 24 mois et sur 3 étapes successives qui visent à fournir un appui institutionnel à la municipalité de Tunis pour améliorer sa gestion du patrimoine immobilier, à la valorisation effective de son patrimoine matériel et immatériel en associant l'écosystème de la ville et à la mise en cohérence de la politique de la municipalité de Tunis à l'échelle métropolitaine. Le déploiement du projet prévoit de recourir aux startups tunisiennes dynamiques et créatives. Depuis le démarrage du projet, en juin 2020, la ville de Tunis s'est dotée d'outils informatiques performants ayant permis la numérisation de plus de 15 000 biens correspondant à l'intégralité des titres fonciers archivés dans les sommiers de la municipalité. Plus de 450 biens à usage privé ont fait l'objet de visites aux fins de leur rapprochement avec la base numérisée. Une expertise des biens occupés a également été entamée par les services techniques et juridiques de Tunis afin de vérifier les relations contractuelles. De même que la phase d'assainissement administratif et juridique de 60 biens immobiliers a été enclenchée en vue de leur inscription au cadastre national. L'architecture cible du système d'information, qui permettra dans une deuxième phase d'assurer la maîtrise des biens municipaux, a également été définie. Le projet a mobilisé plus de 15 cadres et agents appartenant à plusieurs directions au sein de la municipalité. La municipalité de Tunis se voit dotée d'une cellule d'inventaire permanente pourvue de tous les moyens informatiques nécessaires à son fonctionnement grâce à l'appui financier de l'IAMF.
Concernant donc la gestion du patrimoine sur le plan légal, il y a des dispositions légales, que ce soit le code de la compte publique ou il y a aussi des dispositions réglementaires, que ce soit des instructions émanant de la tutelle, mais sinon aussi les instructions émanantes de la commune elle-même. La loi aussi oblige la commune à ce que donc à l'assurer un suivi de façon permanente, pour aussi donc enregistrer et mémoriser toutes les modifications donc apportées à chaque bien de son patrimoine.
La ville de Tunis compte instaurer les mécanismes permettant de mettre en pratique la démarche et l'opérationnalisation du cadre de valorisation culturelle, économique et sociale de son patrimoine en collaboration avec la société civile, les investisseurs, les startups et en utilisant notamment les leviers de partenariat public-privé.
Bonjour, je suis Emma Camara, donc directrice de l'agence Emma et Camara Communication. Je suis née en Guinée. Je suis arrivée en France à l'âge de 5 ans. Durant plus de 30 ans, j'ai effectué tout mon parcours en France. D'abord dans la région lyonnaise et puis la région parisienne, donc dans le 93 à Aubervilliers. À travers mon entrepreneuriat, à travers mes activités, en tant que Emma Camara et également chef d'entreprise, on se rend compte que ce soit dans ma ville d'origine ou à Conakry, qu'il y a un effet positif en termes de communication. C'est-à-dire qu'à Aubervilliers, on a tendance à voir cette ville dans les médias, surtout pour des aspects plutôt négatifs, la Seine-Saint-Denis, la banlieue, etc. Et finalement, on voit aujourd'hui qu'il y a des porteurs de projets, il y a de l'innovation. Et nous, en tant que jeunes, peut-être plus jeunes, mais en tant que chef d'entreprise, notamment via mon association, donc les Passerelles de Rosa, on est une trentaine, une quarantaine comme ça de mon réseau à venir dans les collèges du 93 et à témoigner de notre parcours, des embûches, des difficultés, puisque tout n'est pas rose. Les success stories sont passées par des challenges avant. Donc voilà, l'idée c'est de pouvoir avoir un effet miroir aussi avec ces jeunes-là, de dire que nous aussi, on a grandi ici, on a été au même collège que vous, et regardez, on réussit, on va au bout de nos rêves, on va au bout de nos aspirations et on n'a pas de limite en fait dans nos rêves. Donc ça c'est un effet positif que j'ai pu voir sur le territoire d'Aubervilliers. On a travaillé avec la municipalité pour ça, avec le contrat de ville et les autres associations déjà sur le terrain, donc dans une dynamique partenariale vraiment avec les collègues. Au niveau de Conakry, je me rends compte qu'il y a de nouveaux termes qui apparaissent comme ça, comme les ripates. Et donc je suis considérée comme une ripate, donc voilà, c'est le nouveau terme, c'est-à-dire ces personnes d'origine qui retournent dans leur pays d'origine. Il y a je ne sais pas si c'est un effet de mode, mais en tout cas un vrai engouement, un vrai intérêt, parce que nous, en tant que ripates, on démystifie peut-être l'Afrique. Donc on montre ses bons côtés, ses mauvais côtés, comme on le ferait en France, aux États-Unis, en Belgique, peu importe en fait. Et donc cette réalité-là aussi qu'on amène sur nos réseaux sociaux, via ma page Instagram, suscite de l'intérêt, que ce soit au niveau touristique, au niveau associatif et également au niveau entrepreneurial en fait. Je pense qu'en ayant grandi à Aubervilliers, et en étant une personne d'origine, ça nous a apporté une capacité à s'adapter à tout environnement. Et donc, ce multiculturalisme, je vais y arriver, dans lequel j'ai eu la chance en fait d'évoluer, me permet aujourd'hui de pouvoir tisser des liens avec tout public en fait. Et en plus, je suis une communicante, donc tout ce parcours que j'ai pu parcourir, donc d'Aubervilliers jusqu'à des grandes écoles que j'ai eu la chance aussi de faire, me permet vraiment de pouvoir, nouer ce lien avec l'autre, transmettre un message et puis nouer des partenariats très existants, mais des partenariats vraiment gagnant-gagnant. Oui, moi j'ai pu être aidée parce que je suis une femme et en plus issue de la diversité et qu'il y avait un programme adapté à ce moment-là pour moi qui est Stand-up HEC. Et donc j'ai pu bénéficier d'une formation pour m'outiller en fait sur la gestion d'entreprise. Mais voilà, il faut y aller, il faut foncer, il faut continuer de réseauter en fait. Le réseau, il se crée avec authenticité, je dis toujours, qu'il ne faut pas profiter des gens, il faut profiter des opportunités. Je pense que quand même, que ce soit l'Île-de-France ou la ville où j'habite actuellement ou la ville où j'ai grandi, aurait pu peut-être plus accompagner cette jeunesse qui en veut, cette jeunesse qui est prête à se battre pour impacter autour de soi. Et j'ai pas l'impression d'avoir été écoutée au bon moment. Les villes peuvent accompagner en fait leurs talents locaux. Je sais que via l'association, nous les passerelles de Rosa à Aubervilliers, le fait d'avoir le tampon mairie d'Aubervilliers qui nous accompagne dans la démarche nous a permis d'avoir d'autres partenaires. Et donc ce sont des choses simples en fait finalement à mettre en place. Ce serait de peut-être pas labelliser toutes les initiatives qui se font dans la ville, mais au moins peut-être pourquoi pas de créer des concours, de créer des événements, des cocktails de networking pour aller à la rencontre de ces initiatives en fait locales, de pouvoir les repérer, les identifier et les proposer sur des concours à l'échelle plus nationale ou internationale.
je me présente Paul-Laurent Niobelipot. Alors, je suis originaire du Cameroun et ça va faire 8 ans que je suis résident en Tunisie et principalement dans la ville de Sfax. Nous avons créé, à l'aide de camarades, l'incubateur Koufania, dans le but de permettre aux migrants de pouvoir s'insérer économiquement et aussi de pouvoir s'intégrer au sein de la société, parce qu'un migrant intégré, il paye son loyer, il peut se soigner et n'est plus un poids pour la société d'accueil, mais aussi un acteur du développement local. À travers cet espace, on arrive à créer une forme de lien que peut-être d'autres espaces culturels ou bien de la ville n'arrivent pas forcément à créer, mais parce que du fait que nous-mêmes nous soyons migrants et que nous soyons à l'origine de cette initiative, nous avons compris la dimension qui est celle d'avoir un
Ah non, il-
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous demande de prendre place, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons démarrer notre séance d'ouverture. Je vous demande de vous lever pour
I'd
accueillir
like to stand up in order to welcome Mr. The head of the government.
Votre Excellence, Monsieur le Premier
Your
ministre,
Excellencies, Mr. the Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda, Mr. the Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Rwanda, Mr. the Minister of the Local Affairs of Rwanda, the Minister of the MPs and the
Monsieur l'ambassadeur,
of the Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. the Ambassador of the International Organization of Francophonie, Mr. the Mayor of Kigali, Mrs. the Mayor of Paris, and the President of IAMF, Mrs. and Mr. the Ambassadors, Mrs. and Mrs. the guests. So we are reaching the end of this Congress. So with all the experience, shared experiences regarding the gender equality and in terms of cooperation between the governments and the civil society, I would like to thank Mr. Kigali, the Mayor of Kigali, who received us in the gala of yesterday. And we were with Mrs. Linda Musta, so I can say it right now. So when we had the great gladiators and the dancers, so we will start this ceremony by the video regarding the city of Kigali. Thank you very much. So I welcome you to see this video of Kigali.
La capitale du Rwanda est l'une des villes africaines en plein essor au cœur de l'Afrique centrale. Kigali présente la particularité d'être accueillante, organisée et grâce à son plan de développement national ambitieux, intégrant le respect de l'environnement. Sur le plan économique, Kigali dispose d'une zone franche économique qui enregistre une présence de plusieurs industries de marque mondiale, dont l'usine de montage Volkswagen. La ville de Kigali offre des infrastructures agrandies et renforcées, telles que l'aéroport international de Kigali, des immeubles de commerce et des hôtels de classe internationale, dont Radisson Blu, Kigali Marriott Hotel et Serena Hotel, pour ne citer que ceux-là. Actuellement numéro 2 en termes de doing business en Afrique, le Rwanda est également l'un des 2 seuls pays africains à figurer parmi les 50 premiers sur le classement mondial. Le Rwanda a aplani le climat des affaires et dispose décisivement aux affaires. Il s'agit de Rwanda Development Board. La quasi-totalité des routes et pistes sont goudronnées. Kigali offre des facilités de transport, à la fois publiques, avec usage des cartes d'accès Tap and Go. Sur le plan de l'éducation, Kigali accueille un partenariat de nombreuses universités étrangères, dont l'African Leadership University, l'université de Carnegie Mellon. À Kigali, existe le label France Éducation, qui est attribué aux filières d'excellence bilingue francophones, proposant un enseignement renforcé de la langue française, qui est attribué par le ministère français de l'Europe et des Affaires étrangères, MEAE. L'attraction de Kigali repose sur son dynamisme à la fois économique et le souci permanent d'offrir à ses hôtes un accueil et des facilités dont ils se souviendront longtemps. Bienvenue à Kigali et profitez pleinement de votre séjour.
La ville de Kigali est fière et heureuse d'accueillir la famille des maires francophones à l'occasion de l'Assemblée générale de l'Association internationale des maires des pays francophones. Ce congrès,
this Congress, which is 41st edition, it is under the sign of partnership between the mayor and the civil society. So the particular by the COVID-19 sanitary crisis, and this is in our different countries. So this is calling the municipalities and the mayors to find solutions, efficient solutions, in order to protect the lives of our citizens. So with offering all the services. So wishing a good General Assembly and a good stay in Kigali. Thank you very much. Mr. Pudence Rubingisa, the mayor of Kigali. So your preoccupation and resilience and your interest is so to be understood. So they are the steps in order to master sanitary crisis. So we understand your wish in order to have the teams of this IAMF. So this is an approach that show your commitment of the city of Kigali to be a marvelous city. So we know that you are looking for solutions. So your floor is yours, Mr. the Mayor.
Excellence, Monsieur le Premier Ministre.
Your Excellency, Mr. the Prime Minister, Mr. and Your Excellency the ministers who are with us, Mrs. the Mayor of Paris and the President of IAMF, Mr. the Ambassador of Special Counselor and the representative of the General Secretary of the IAMF, Mrs. and Mr. the Ambassadors, so Mr. and Mrs. the Governors, Mrs. and Mr. the dear participants. So I would like again to thank you for your commitment since the beginning of this Congress, which is reaching its third day, and at the same time it is the most formal day. So I would like to thank Mr. the Prime Minister of the Republic of Rwanda to honor our Congress today by his presence. So as a sign of support, the support of the government of Rwanda for the organization of our Congress and the success of this Congress. I would like to thank the Secretary of the IAMF and particularly Mr. Pierre Bali, the Permanent Secretary, for the trust and the efforts and also the collaboration with our teams, local teams, which made this 41st General Assembly to be done in Kigali, and during these difficult days and situation, which is the crisis of COVID-19. So we talked about it. We talked about it too much. So, and we have mentioned, highlighted as a resilient city. This is the first time that the city of Kigali welcoming the family of the Francophone Myers, but it is the first time that is the Assembly General, which is having place in special conditions marked by the COVID-19 crisis. By that, and instead of that, so the even that, so the Myers, so they made it to here. So, and also the participants, Mr. De Marcelo, so we would like to thank you for that. So, Your Excellency, Mr. the Prime Minister. So, as it was discussed during the two first days, it was good discussions, and they attended the welcome of our guests. So on Monday we had different debates on the family planning and gender equality as something applicable for all the urban projects. So yesterday, so we, the panelists, they shared with us their opinions regarding the relationship between the mayor and the civil society, and many elements that when we go back to our municipalities, so we'll try to reinvent and update our methods of working, so in order to provide the good service and the quality service which will attain the expectation of the citizens. So for that, the partnership with the civil society is and will be always the solutions, and we need to seize that. So I'm convinced that what we have as assignments from the Congress will have a sustainable impact. And during Kigali, during the next Congress and meeting or bilateral meetings, so the doors of Kigali will be always open. So come back whenever you would like to, and we would like to, when we will be pleased to welcome you and share with you our mutual experience. So I would like to end with the slogan of our association of the IAMF. So our destiny, they are united by richness of our diversity, the richness of our diversity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. the Minister. Also, their Paris, their IAMF, so to trust civil society and the new technologies and the social economy and the relationship, international relationship, in order to have a good interest. So Mrs. Anne Hidalgo, the president of IAMF and the mayor of Paris, so to mobilize this energy and in Paris and to participate on participatory, and also it's within and we can do it only within the level of a city that we can do that. So the floor is yours, Mrs. Hidalgo.
Monsieur le Premier ministre du Rwanda,
Mr. the Prime Minister of Rwanda, Mr. Edouard Girante, Mrs. the Ambassador of representing the General Secretary of Francophonie, Mrs. the Head of the Civil Society and Foundation of the European Commission, Mrs. the Mayor of Kigali, dear Prudence Rubinska. So thank you very much for this welcome in. So Mrs. the elected and the mayors, dear friends, so it's a very great pleasure to be with you today in Kigali. So, and this is thanks to this welcoming, exceptional welcoming by the authorities and the mayor of Kigali. And pressure is too high because we know we are still during this pandemic, and this is disturbing our relationship and with that is ruining us. And I would like to applaud the mayor of Kigali and the authorities of Rwanda for welcoming this meeting in these exceptional situations. So we cannot neglect these conditions because we have this COVID-19 crisis. So and that characterize opportunity that can our association. So I would like also to thank the committee of the ministers of Rwanda and the ambassadors of France in Kigali, and also to thank the Pierre Bailly, our permanent secretary, and all the team of IAMF who made great efforts, and I would like to applaud them. Thank you very much. So before starting my speech and the speech of this meeting, I would like, as we did yesterday during our office meetings, I would assure Bourmet of Ligue and Maxime Privot of Namur, and to assure them of our solidarity. So we know that they have been confronted to the dramatic events that made a lot of victims in Yex, and also the treasury of our association. So he couldn't make it because this kind of events, it mobilized all the mayors. So I'm presenting my support and friendship because it is dramatic and a human dramatic scene. So, and this is because of the condition, the weather conditions. And especially, so it's our mayors and our cities. So this is what during these years. I would like also to thank Elodie Repos, because these cities, so they are in Wallonie, and Wallonie, it's trustful. It's a faithful support to our association. So we thank to them. So, and they have our thoughts and our hearts there with them during these difficult moments. So dear colleagues, so it's with important emotion to come back to Kigali. So 2 years after my last stay in Kigali, so it was 2 years ago. So I met the so it was we met with the Francophone mayors. It was only for an FS meeting. So and I remember that during this meeting that we had in Kigali 2 years ago, so we had debated with the mayors regarding the genocide and also the threats linked to terrorism and also the among them the climate change that we have to face every single day, and this are accelerating. So I'd like again to thank today the mayor of Kigali, dear Prudence Ribinsa, for what you are living together today. So I can say that this event, this assembly of Francophone mayors, it's a moment of history. It's a moment of history, so of the history of Rwanda, the history of the relationship
Je suis maire de Paris.
France and Rwanda. So because I'm the mayor of Paris and member of this association, and in the relationship between the Francophonie and Rwanda, and this is one of these moments that we would like to live. So and to link the fraternity and this closeness of people in order to open a common future. And we know that we have all a national history, personal and family. So a history that we need to be proud, and sometimes a history that we need to repair. So Victor Hugo said, so the future is is a door, and to go through it, it's the key. So we need to know our past in all its truth in order to help in building the future. So we need to act when we can do it, and this is the work that had been committed in during many days by Ibuka of France. So I would like to thank the head of it. So I remember so this is the translation of Ibuka. So this memory, so they have the impact, important part, but if this first work, so we couldn't be here today to talk about this friendship and the future that we have between our hands. So this presence, which is a case of truth, so it is a face. So we are in within a country, a particular country that has known a genocide, and this is something that it is significant for humanity. So in this presence, so we have and we know it, and this is what I knew from Ibuka, so that we need to support these people who are here, who survived this genocide. And I know this is a burden to be a member of escaped community, so which they are still hiding, and they will be living with and they will live longer with this with the image of fear. So I tell them that this report clear by the President of the Republic, Mr. Emmanuel Macron. So it opened a door for the recognition of the responsibility of the genocide. So in order to have this burden of ideology, ethnicity, ideology, and all the dysfunction that we can say regarding this report of the Claire. So in order that to have all this in our joint history and can help us in the future. So all the people that's coming in the Kigali, so of the Mayor Francois, so it was also possible because years ago, so we have the foundation of a memorial of de la Shoah in Paris. So it opened its work to all the genocide of the 20th century, and it helped to put in clear what this method and this process, genocide process, and we know it. So it's the same process. So it's to culture the hate of an ethnic, and also and also the act that are killing methodically. So the comprehension of this process cannot make us forget the necessity of justice and to render the justice and international justice. And I think that we have the basis to build this future while knowing our history. So if I'm talking about it here, because this theme, this history, and such that has known genocide, so it's we know that it's far from the theme that we have worked on, and in which so our association is working on. So we are not far from what the Francophonie is, and the Francophonie is a community of languages, and also it's a community of values that take in high the solidarity and the friendship and the fraternity. And I would like to thank the exceptional work made by the General Secretary of the UEF, who is Rwandan, and which is daily with a heavy involvement to participate in order to hire these values of Francophonie. So here we are talking about the relationship between the Myers and the civil society. It's very important. So regarding to promote our city involvement, so and cannot be substituting the public power, but it is making it more efficient and to provide the proximity. As we know, so the cities, they have an important role, and the diplomacy of the cities, so it exists, and this diplomacy of cities, so for us the mayor, so it is something that can be conjugated in the results. So, and we know it, so we are an organization that will external to this multilateralism, and which is being built after some difficult years. So we are not external to what is happening in the international scene, and our state are elected represent the interests of the nations, and that we need to represent, but we know that the diplomacy of the cities is complementary, and and it permits to open the doors and the windows in order to be united, like here in this encounter here, in order to help our state to progress in this dialogue. So the diplomacy of the cities and this friendship between Paris and Kigali, so it's which is something that have been well built with this civil society before us and the mayors and the state.
And which allow us to say finally that we can together work, and of course to work on daily basis. In Bordeaux last March, our office did, for example, step within solidarity, and it's part of the diplomacy, especially when it comes to patents, in order to make vaccinations on African territory and in other countries near populations who need that. And different big countries learned from our experience, and they were dependent actually from the production of drugs, of medicines, and the production of vaccination or vaccines. Well, this is a kind of dealing with a situation like the pandemic, a crisis, and the planet need to be vaccinated. It's not a question of a country, it's a question of the whole world, the universe, that is calling for strong acts. And that's why we've been working on that in Bordeaux concerning the patents related to vaccinations. Other things that I want to say, my solidarity with the city of Tunis. Yesterday, we've been talking with the mayor of Tunis, and we know that Tunisia is going through difficulties. It's a drama in a certain way, and I hope that the IAMF will support strongly Tunisia. This link, which is French-speaking countries, that help us in seeing the actual events all over the world. And this problem that we are dealing with is to see in which way we can help other cities, friendly cities. I know that the Sahel is going through difficulties also, and even if cities don't have any means, they have the want or the will to overcome difficulties, especially when it comes to dealing with the populations who are the first victims. I would like to express my admiration for the mayors of Sahel, because since years and years they are overcoming different challenges like terrorism, climatic instability, but the terrorism threat is generating big difficulties, dangers on a daily basis. Well, I know that big cities of Sahel lived such situation even before 2015, before having refugees in Europe. They were representing the big line of Sahel shelter for different refugees who lived on war and or civil war. More than 13 billion lived their countries. Resources were scarce and they were suffering strongly. So in front of this situation, what should we have done? We as an association, international association of French-speaking mayors to support initiatives, local initiatives by accompanying populations, by giving different helps on humanitarian side, and to help them also to organize on a very structured way. Let's say that it's the starting point of peaceful process because we need to recognize their dignity. Yes, we need to do it and we need to help the local collectivities, how to construct urban infrastructure, how to focus on economic development. We need to encourage the access to resources like managing the crisis, like managing the health sector. We saw different actions that we did in the past, and I think that Melinda Gates Foundation helped us a lot. I would like to thank them. I would like to thank the European Commission, Wallonie, Canada, the French state. Also, we are supporting the IAMF, and thanks to them, we've been conducting different actions. I would like to say it even as European. Europe recognized the key role of our association to act on the right way, and we are recognized as a national actor in Europe, notably in Africa. Then I guess that we need to defend a good recognition of local powers, their autonomy. We need to empower them, especially when it comes to financial side. It's a kind of advocacy that we are conducting near the international organizations. And the mayor of Geneva yesterday was talking about that. And he charged that, of course, to conduct such advocacy. Well, we have different conflicts to manage between communities. That is true. We have different things to manage. The democracy, the local democracy, won't be the opposite to state targets. So we need to build alliance to improve the state to provide a good service to his population. We needed to react on the right way, on proximity, like Carlos Moreno. I would like to thank you for being with us. He's a good researcher and helped us on conducting different researches, the concept of the smart city, the city of now, of today. Well, we are on on globalization in a certain way. It's a huge job. We recognize that we are on hyper proximity. We have experience. We are managing on the right way. We know from the local to global and the global to local. We need permanently going on upstream, on downstream in order to evaluate or assess the needs of populations from the fragile one to the strongest one. Thank you very much for all people coming to this meeting. A very important thing to our family this year. The IAMF is also supporting Beirut, especially after the explosion of last year. We helped also Armenians during the war of Abidjan, war, Karabakh. Also today, we are working near side by side with Tunisia, and I wanted to assure that we are there to help with the whole support and friendship to Tunisians. I think that AMF is the needed tool to construct a good model with agile diplomacy. It's multilateralism to serve the peace, and I hope that you are going to adopt, like our office, next year, Armand Bewinde, Ouagadougou, the topic which is an extension of what we are doing, how to manage risks and how to confront the fears. Thank you very much for your attention. Thanks also for your friendship.
Merci, Madame Hidalgo.
Thank you very much, Lady Hidalgo. You've been talking about the recognition of IAMF by the European Union since several years. They are linked with agreements, connections by supporting also startups, entrepreneurs, women, minority groups, and also ethnic groups. So with this support, the European Union is affirming or confirming the power of AIMF and to capitalize the experience, how to share experiences on different territories. We are going to hear Mrs. Ockner, who is the chief of the European Commission. You have the floor, lady. Dear partners, dear friends, allow me to thank the AIMF and the organization of this General Assembly, which is representing the key core of the job since several years. It's the first strategic partnership on this context between 2015 and 2020. Well, I just wanted to underline that since 2015, these partnership with the European Commission allowed us to support the recognition of the job of Meyer within the AMF on regional, local, and international level by recognizing that we've been working to reconstruct the infrastructures and the whole process to change the paradigm. The partnership allowed also to support different actions of advocacy concerning women, concerning small groups, climatic changes, by doing different regional, local corporations. Nevertheless, we would like also to underline that the partnerships allowed concrete projects to be done, notably for the professional insertion, for vocational training for young people, for qualification of neighborhood and rehabilitation of neighborhoods by associating the municipalities. We had also the possibility to realize the financial environment by making an easy task the percent of taxation. We need to note also that in the framework of the strategic partnership, the AMF mobilized during 5 years 10,000 million for Maghreb, for Africa, for India, and for Asia. These actions touched more than thousands and thousands of people and touching more than 15,000 people through different projects. We also had the opportunity to make concrete actions, and I need to confirm here that it's a partnership for ICT between the European Union and the AIMF. That's about programmation and different frame or legal framework. So different objectives reached throughout different objectives, different priorities. We need to congratulate also the institutions for reinforcing our actions and also to reach a good political framework. The partnership was confirmed as a political partnership on a high levels by assuring technical support, capacity building, orientate versus the European Commission. While fighting the climatic changes, the digital transition, those were values to share, especially when it comes to women, equity, and the gender approach. With that, I would like to wish you a general rich assembly, and I hope that will be fruitful for the IAMF. Thank you very much. Dear Ambassador, Desider Nyarokite, Special Consultant for the Francophonie, the diplomacy has no secret for you, especially when it comes to Eastern Africa and the difficult region of the lake regions. The General Secretary of Francophonic countries would like to talk about your know-how in Ivory Coast, in Niger, and in other regions, how to live together, how to be facilitated also by the IAMF, how to go to Jerba in Tunisia, and how to work on this context. Dear special consultant, you have the floor.
Merci, madame.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, ministers are present on the room, dear Mayor of Kigali, the President of the International Association for French-speaking mayors, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors,
Mesdames et messieurs les maires,
ladies and gentlemen, mayors, ladies and gentlemen, dear Permanent Secretary Pierre Baillet, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the General Secretary of Francophonie, we wanted to participate on this General Assembly of IAMF that allowed us to express the message of the General Secretary. I would like to express my sincere thanks for the IAMF, and particularly to you and Hidalgo for the invitation addressed to me on this inauguration. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford to be part of this conference, and I do apologize for my absence. Kigali is welcoming this 41st conference of IAMF. Today, I'm really happy to see that everything is related to civil society, to equality, to equity, to social inclusion. So this is a strong symbol for us all and for your association, but also for the whole family of French-speaking mayors. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, first of all, to thank you for the involvement of His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Rwanda, for doing personally the instructions. I know because he made the needed instruction to improve the success of this conference. Thank you very much, dear Prime Minister. I would like to thank also to Mr. Prudence, the Mayor of Kigali. Thanks for your team for organizing this conference with the IAMF. It's a purpose organization and a good welcoming of manifestations in a framework of pandemic. We need to underline that which is affecting more and more the Francophonic countries. I would like to thank also Mr. Prebailly, the Permanent Secretary of the IAMF, for his investment and for his involvement on a continuous way and for his availability on this context in doing his tasks with the actors of Francophonic family. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the crisis which we are living since 2 years is touching different sectors. And as you know, that pushed us to postpone different meetings, especially the one which was supposed to be done in Tunisia. That will be on November in Jerba, and it will be about connectivity and communication. That will be done, of course, on the continuity by adopting on December the resolution of Francophonic mayors concerning the ICTs. That's an expectation also for the different groups of ICTs, which will be treated by the different structures of Jerba, that will show our priorities and the contribution of IAMF on this summit. I know that you are going to follow on this reflection in November in Tunisia at the occasion of the summit, which topic would be city and government for digitization and the resilience of territory. I'm not doubting that your jobs will improve the synergy and the advocacy between the IAMF and the OIF, and that will be about a collaboration between cities and states in order to implement the strategy needed, especially when it comes to improving the access to digitization and also to improve the connectivity. As I underlined during the 6th and 7th July summit, we've been registering advancements in taking into consideration the necessity, discussions, accessibility for populations in order to make it successful for all. This proximity with the populations is capital, and I think that the ING accredited in Francophonic Tunis, that will be a great step. I think that we need to work on this context in order to improve our relationship with the civil society. This summit, which will be done in Tunisia, will help us to make the review, to see the impact of the different reforms, in which way we need to modernize the access to internet and digital. What are the different challenges that need answer from our side? Ladies and gentlemen, today, more than ever, the going through is pushing us to take the right actions on a concrete way and to consolidate our solidarity. Our model of cooperation on Francophonic way constitute, I think, one of the elements to answer on a pertinent way, on a relevant way, the challenges on which we are living. Well, beyond the states and the government, Francophonic Association is gathering different partners to issue good solutions on a concrete way. I'm talking about universities, economic actors, also centers for education, professional networks, and of course, local elected members and mayors that you are. The IAMF is gathering more than 3,000 metropolitan on territories and populations. It is a proper place, a particular place within the Francophonic family, and it's a good institutional device that we have in common. I would like to remind what I am counting on good services, good partnership, and we, as General Secretary of our side, would like to underline, dear President, the agility of IAMF, and notably on the framework of managing the situation, the pandemic situation. I know that you are involved personally for the success of this project. The outcomes, as you said, Mayor in Beirut, and the different works on equality and family planning, we needed to focus on accessing the rights and the empowerment. Ladies and gentlemen, among the different priorities, the equality, this topic is subject to the involvement of mayors. As you know, last summer, I launched an initiative, the African Francophonie, especially when it comes to women, African women, and how to give them the opportunity to access education, economic development, health, and how to protect them from any kind of violence, not allowing them to overcome challenges. That helped us to finance different projects, more than 3,000 euros for each one. 14,000 women were financed on the first edition. The second edition will help us on amplifying this dynamism. One of the specificity for this Solidarity Fund addressed to the organizations of civil society on a cross-cutting way. The OIF is launching for the third year, as I told you, a call for interest for next projects related to sustainable development. And we are also launching a second accreditation campaign within the IAMF. In terms of complementarity between the governmental and the civil society actors, I know that we can rely on the IAMF advocacy near the collectivities. I would like to mention also the different challenges related to that, the civil state, which is not the case of children and women. I mean, we need to identify women and children. The OIF was working on a project in Nigeria in order to improve the situation of these citizens. I mean, the civil state. This project, piloting project, was concerning 90% of the population, women and children. This project is coordinated by the OIF. It's an integrated process with local actors, and is underlining the necessity of consultation between the municipalities and the civil society. It's a kind of manual explaining the civil state of women and children. So I would like to thank the IAMF for helping us on this project. The OIF also engaged on different other steps in a logic of inclusive process with all actors of francophonic parts, with the regions and needed actors in this context. I think that we need to focus on recommendations between the city and the civil society. I would like also to thank the IAMF to give concrete answers to population. We are converging with the needs of populations, and this summit would be fruitful. Thank you very much.
Votre Excellence, Monsieur le Premier ministre,
Your Excellency, Prime Minister, Mr. Edouard Guerrinte, the economy has no secret for you. Throughout research, agriculture, your high level on World Bank, you are the expression of confidence on young people and the trust that they are giving. Dear Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Messieurs les ministres ici présents,
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister present in this room, the President of the IAMF, the Mayor of Paris, the representative of General Secretary of Francophonic member of diplomatic people, their permanent secretary of the IAMF, their distinguished honorable guests. Good morning. Rwanda is really happy to have you among us on this 41st conference on IAMF. So on my behalf and on the behalf of Rwandan government, I would like to welcome you and to thank you for being here among us. I would like also to thank and to congratulate to organizers of this summit, notably the IAMF, in collaboration with the city of Kigali, for organizing this wonderful meeting over the pandemic caused by COVID-19. I would like also to thank you for your determination, you as French-speaking mayors, to participate in this meeting, especially when it comes to difficulties on traveling because of this pandemic. Your presence today is something really touching because that expresses actually what you are giving as importance and what is your involvement towards the francophonic families and how to conduct different actions with a direct impact with our populations. Distinguished honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, mayors, concerning this conference, what is the urbanism to adopt for francophonic cities? The mayor and civil society is a new occasion to exchange and to share ideas about the strategic approach between the municipality and the organizations of civil society in order to overcome the challenges, how to live together and how to realize social cohesion. I loved so much the choice that you made in terms of the topic of this conference, especially when it comes to IAMF, who was working on cooperation between cities and how to promote ambitious policies, responsible ones, for the profit of a good urbanism, respecting the nature of a human being also, and a good service providing. I would like also to thank the IAMF for the different steps made since 79, the date of its creation. I would like to thank also this collaboration between the IAMF and the OIF also. The implementation, the joint implementation of different projects showed tangible impact, especially when it comes to the strategic sides of the cities. Actually, today, the IAMF is gathering more than 300 cities and associations of local collectivity. This is a good sign of evolving from institutional point of view. Ladies and gentlemen, mayors, this conference is giving me the opportunity to share with you some points. According to me, those should draw our attention right now in order to promote the model of partnership between the municipality and the civil society. First of all, we need to note that since several years, 2000 especially, we noted that the civil society is recognized on the right international as international actor. The international organizations are making support on the civil society in order to improve different projects for the profit of the populations at the local level. The vocation of civil society is to answer the needs and the expectations of the citizens. So they have their role to play in implementing the public policies within the cities. I would like to seize this occasion just to thank the civil society for playing their role, because it's an early warning system in a certain way that they are adopting in order to help on local level. Today, the consultation between the civil society and the municipality services is something natural on different sectors. This consultation is allowing different cities to provide different solutions answering the expectations of citizens. In this context, I can tell you that we need to underline different examples developed in Rwanda to promote good, inclusive economic growth. In Rwanda, for example, the civil society is recognized as a strategic state partner, and they are contributing on realizing different SDGs, and it's one of the most important elements on good governance. In this context, the government of Rwanda is essentially working with the civil society organizations in terms of institutional capacity building in order to facilitate the implementation of their programs. So in this context, the Rwandan government, in collaboration with other partners, is launching since 2014 a project to capacity building within the civil society organizations for good, effective, and responsible governance. And thanks to the importance of this program, the government of Rwanda and his partners decided to extend this project to 2023. That was done on the context of making favorable good framework to work in which you can have the civil society, the new policies, and the municipality. Right now, more than 190 civil society organizations benefited from this partnership. The government of Rwanda is continuing to furnish subsidies for those projects. Distinguished honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, the cross-border collaboration is really important in the prosperity of our cities. That's why we need to focus on good development in order to facilitate the transactions and to accelerate good service providing. Nevertheless, the Rwanda is still active on different cross borders like cities. This partnership is showing that we are making bridges between different cities and we are creating new interactions between populations and the cities. That shows also that citizens and civil society are dealing with the actors of the democracy, the diplomacy of we need also to focus on the civil society, and we need to play on switching solutions in order to promote the social cohesion and to prevent the resolution of conflicts in order to create a stable environment and prosper one. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the different ICT or digital tools are part of our lives since several years. Their positive impact is undeniable, and we need to digitize everything in order to facilitate the relationship between municipalities and populations. In Rwanda, we had the possibility to access online different services throughout the platform that we created today. Rwanda can access online on tax services, and you can have land title or something like that. The digitalization of public services is allowing service of quality and the robust service to administration in order to accelerate the socio-economic development. In this context, I would like to congratulate the IAMF for adopting last December during the resolution of French-speaking mayor a good resolution concerning the digitization that is underlying the role of the city in terms of overcoming the challenges. Distinguished guests, in front of pandemic, the digitization is really important, and it's a very useful tool thanks to digital solutions like video work. Different economic activities were maintained on our countries. And in order to digitize our economy, we had to deal with the new technology, with the new ICTs that we also focused on accessing the right devices like smartphones and laptops. In this context, the Rwandan government initiated different programs and projects to help the different devices. And that showed actually good results. We need to mention also that in all those initiatives, all actors were involved because it's not only about the private sector, but also about the civil society.
Distingués invités, je voudrais également
guests, so I'd like to recall the role of the digitalization in the good function of the zone of free exchange that the approval was signed in Kigali in March 2018. So this convention that was approved in 2019. So it's took 1.27 billion of consumers. So I would like to encourage the mayors of the Francophone cities which are with us and the member of the civil society to put more efforts in order to support the initiatives of the social cohesion and living together and the digitalization in the heart of transformation of our cities. I would like also to assure you of the availability of the government of Rwanda and its will to support the International Association of the Francophone mayors. So I would like to, I wish you the good exchange and debates. So I declare open the 41st General Assembly of the IAMF. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Thank you very much, Mr. the Prime Minister.
Place à présent au
So, and now we will give to the award of the Francophone women, this good tradition made by the IAMF that I was the first elected person. So, so our network, it will have 10 women sportswomen, militant, and who are militant against the climate change. So this year, IMF wanted to give two businesswomen who will here. So I will start with the first one, Mrs. Lydie Akizimona, who's coming from Rwanda. So she's the founder of a brand. She's the founder of a brand. So of edition for 3,000 schools. She's member of the mathematics science. So she started in 2006 with a passion, which is reading. And then after the creation of a library, so she founded a Drakkar, and which is was giving books for schools. So Lydie today is the president of the Chamber of the Young Entrepreneurs of Rwanda, and she's also of the Tutu. So Lydie, so could you please join me? Thank you.
Excellence.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellency the Prime Minister, Mrs. the Mayor of the Paris, Mr. the Ambassador of the representative of the Secretary General of Francophonie, our guests. So good morning to everyone. So I'm sorry, I have a little cough. I'm very honored to be with you today at Kigali today. And I'm very fit to receive the award of the Francophone Women of 2021.
C'est un honneur d'être choisi après.
So it's an honor to be elected after Aude and also Jean-Marie, to whom I send all my admiration for their engagement and for their involvement in the social activities. So I would like to thank also I would like also to thank the IMF and its president Anne Hidalgo and its secretary Pierre Baillet, who are honoring me today. So it's putting together the destinies and also to respecting the diversity. What future? So it's something which is confirmed to me. So this is something that we are respecting. So it's growing up together and enhance our territories. And thanks to the support of IMF, based on the cooperation, cultural and linguistics, it's a longing for our life and our future. Some history is linked to the Francophonie. So for me, so it's the books who have been dancing my childhood, Mayim Bar, Aïssa Djibar, and others. So that's music that made me dance and sing. It's the poems that made me travel. So it's the language that make the rhythm of my life. And also, since my early childhood, so the French was the language that opened for me the new horizons and allowed me to travel and in the books and imagine. So the Francophonie is an exchange and sharing, and also it's the gathering, and it's a universalist expression. So French language will be the language of these universal civilization, and to take back the expression of Leopold de Saint-Exupéry. So this appointment of giving and receiving for us women, so to be the guests, so honored guests of the contribution. So the women of the Francophonie, so we are trying to creating the for the global scale. So here in Rwanda, so we have a history. So we have a past and a very suffering past, but we have also challenges and also future. And women that we need to support for the emancipation, social emancipation and economical emancipation. So since years, so as an entrepreneur, so I'm leading so a daycare and also school for children, and today as the head of the Institute, Pan-African Institute for Mathematics Science. It was founded in 2003, so the Institution of Science and Mathematics. So it's a link of for the university training in mathematics research, in science and technologies, and engineering and mathematics, with centers in South Africa, Cameroon, Ghana, and Rwanda. So we are contributing to the economic transformation of Africa through scientific training and the strategic perspective for the perception of politics. So every day it's a new opportunity of creating, sharing, and being surrounded by people so who have the same love like me to the French education. So it's enhance our territory is our mission. So yes, there are difficulties and challenges. So, but nothing is reversible. So for us, so as a passionate of education, so I choose to take the challenge of gathering, so renewing the primary school education in rural areas. So we are supporting the daycare schools existing in order to offer to our pupils the learning through playing and also collaboration. So with encouraging the community partnership. And so this will help new generation to have results, to have a good social results. So it's also to ensure this kind of learning. So it will empower the women, and it will also help in the professional activities that will generate incomes. So we are saying in a voice loudly, so asking these girls to go back to schools. So the pregnancy in early age, so it's framing and it's a barrier in front of us. So, and I hope that we will become, or everyone will be convinced to work with us in this way. So this award of the Francophone Women of the Year. So it will allow me to see the involvement and in this assembly, and so together, so we can change the world. Slowly, step by step, piece by piece. So challenge after challenge. So I would like you to dream with me and imagine what our capacities and talents transformed they will have, and they will transform on the world for better. So for us, so as a woman, francophone women, so we are called to change the word, so to have a word and a respectful word without discrimination, and where everyone is free to find its voice and its position in a just society and harmonious and society. So to end, I would like to thank my country, Rwanda, its government, and especially the President Kagame, so who with his accent, so so he gave back to the women, Rwandan women, her dignity, and who is creating an environment for young women like me can achieve their potentials. So I'd like to thank my family for its support for what I'm doing. Thank you very much to all.
Félicitations encore, Lydie.
So congratulations again, Lydie. So I'd like to invite you to be with us in the first line so that in order to receive your award later on. So the second one, Mrs. Kwangamala Fomavonga, who's coming from Laos. So she's coming. Guangamala, it's run by a woman from Vietnam. She's an influencing woman. She was a vice president of many organizations. So the Chamber, Francophone Chamber, and the International Chamber, and the European Chamber of Trade. So, and since 2020, she's a member of the National Network. It's she put it for the in service of the young people. So she'll be talking about that. Congratulations again, Miss.
Petite fille laotienne.
Young Laotian girl in a poor neighborhood. So to have a modest one bedroom for a family and two families. So I chose with a miracle to choose like all the miracles. So as a person, only since that no one speaks French in family, so the adoption of the language, French language, was so the miracle happened. So I'm here with you today, with you as a Francophone Woman of the Year. So this is the miracle. So Mrs. the President and the Mayor of Paris, Mr. the Prime Minister of Rwanda. So everyone present here, I would like to express my pride and to tell you I trust in Francophonie and how much I would like to represent an experience for many Francophone people in difficulties and to tell them that they have the tool to success. So the tool to accomplish their for them, for their families and their countries. So the French language, it's providing us the access for diversity that we can choose it as our force and power. I would like also to tell you how much I wish that this Francophonie become a Francophone union for fraternity and a union for economic development and cultural and technical of richness shared around this language of our daily life and transform it and then enhance it. But I know that there are much to achieve. So that's why I can, it's not an achievement, but it's only the start. So the start of this work that we need to accomplish in our cities of the IAMF and the country, Francophone countries, in order to that our ideals becomes a reality. And we can have a Francophonie as our battle horse. So I'm proud to to say, and in the name of the governor of Vientiane, who is watching us and listening to us, so I would like to greet him. So I would give you appointments for the days of the Francophonie in November in Laos, in November 2022. So it will an event to exchange our competences and make the solidarity live in a pragmatic, because the realities are here. So the history and the geography also. So in order to put forward the integration of our young women, let's not wait that this can come from heavens. Because apart pollution, I can see nothing coming. Also, let's fight for have access to education of everyone. So for this equality of rights, to education for everyone, and this equality that is supporting the French language for the generation that will see the future. So their trust, believe, and do the interpretation. So we need to have the will. So please let me say this, Asian prophet. So let's lighten a candle instead of damning the tombs. So let's use the digital tools that are giving us the opportunity to modernize our countries. So give the women the opportunity to change the world, and this will give them the opportunity to be in humanism and giving, while giving the love that a mother gives to her child. So the shared responsibility and the general interests, and also the importance of succession. So the Canadian poet said, so Francophonie, it's a wide country without borders. So it's using the French language. It's the interior country. It's an invisible country, spiritual, mental, moral, and which is having each one of us. So let's get united in order to reclaim this wide country. I would like to thank my government, my family, my colleagues who are supporting me and are pushing me forward in order to be a militant for the Francophonie. And I would like to thank you all to the IAMF, and vive la Francophonie.
Alors encore félicitations.
So congratulations again. Also, I'm calling the mayor of Paris and the president of IAMF in order to give the award, to attribute the award. So it's with a great pleasure, and it's to listen to you, to listen to both of you, to say that the future will be shining because like women like you and who have these involvement and also this commitment. So we need to light a candle instead of damn the tombs. So you are the candles, ladies.
Alors, à présent, je voudrais...
Now, I would like to invite the members of the committee of IMF to take a picture. So, as a memory, so I would like to ask all the guests to wait until we change the setting and in order to host the second panel. Thank you very much.
Un, deux. Two, one. Yes, un, deux. Un, deux. Test micro. Un, deux. Test micro. Un, deux. Test micro. Un, deux. One, two. Techniquement, un, deux. Un, deux.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous propose de prendre place assez rapidement. Nous allons reprendre par donc cette dernière table ronde de nos travaux du 41e congrès des maires francophones. Installez-vous et nous allons donc dans quelques instants pouvoir dialoguer avec nos 5 grands témoins, nos 5 invités de cette fin de matinée. Eh bien, mesdames et messieurs les maires, chères participantes et chers participants, je vous propose que nous commencions donc maintenant cette dernière table ronde importante donc dans la thématique qui nous a réunis depuis le début de ce 41e congrès. Tout d'abord, bonjour à tous, bonjour à toutes. Il y a quelques instants, Cyrine Benlouka donc nous l'a rappelé en ouvrant nos travaux. Nous avons vécu lundi et mardi 2 journées intenses par les témoignages entendus, par la qualité des échanges, par les sujets, bien sûr, qui nous ont occupés. Nous allons revenir, si vous le voulez bien.
We are going to talk again about different topics present on our debates concerning health, concerning equity, gender approaches in society. It's a question of culture, equality, cohesion, transparency, and finally, the project and a good agenda, different topics that we need in order to create a good society. This morning, we also talked about the memory and the history on the whole truth by Danny Dagou, what he said, the truth, especially when it comes to the very dark parts of the history. Well, dear mayors, on your daily exercise, you have a responsibility to react for your cities and for your administrations, but you have also the responsibility to speak on the behalf of your inhabitants, to talk about their past and their future. We need a few words just to express the idea of Paul and war. We need to find the words and you need to have an idea. In Jacques Lacour conference in the 50s, something which is not expressed doesn't exist. The health crisis give us different indexes about what was happening all over the world. All dramas, all crisis is revealing what can be gaps for our society. In which way words can express the facts and events, in which way we can express the circumstances in order to give good ideas, and what are the different policies that we need to talk about. Our 5 panelists are going to talk about these. Rachel Khan is a jurist and she's an artist, and she published in the last March Enigmatic Racé, which is a book priced in France. Wafé Tuiri, you are academic one in the University of Tunis. You are a sociologist and artist. You are dealing with activities. You are having contact with the people, and you are going to explain your intents. Marie Immaculée, You are president of the Transparency International Rwanda, and your fight is fighting against the corruption, and that you are working to reconstruction, operational urbanism, etc. Reconstruction. Jeanne d'Arc Denekouze, you are executive director of ProPAM. You are representing one of the oldest NGO of the country. You are going to explain your actions also. And finally, Dr. John Damascene Bizamana. You are Executive Secretary of the National Commission Against Genocide. You have the delicate role to transmit the memories of people and to allow a discussion near population and especially to young generation. Thanks for you all. I'm going to start by giving the floor to the first panelist. You are talking about the different points that we need to treat as words. You are discussing the force of mobilization, understanding. You are going to explain on few words your message. Thank you. Oh my God. Okay, it's just to draw your attention. Thank you very much for this invitation. I would like to thank the organizers of IAMF. I would like to say also that if we are going to talk about words, it's my specialty. I've written Racé. My grandpa was deported during the war of 40s, and my mother was hidden in a farm till 6 years. And we've been talking about genocide, which is a crime against humanity. And we are humanity. We are human beings. And I am Rwandese, and I can't be satisfied by what happens in my country. And because I'm not satisfied, I'm still alive. I'm one of the survivors in Rwanda, and we desire a reparation for what happened. I just wanted to link myself to words because it's semantic stuff. This French language was about highlighting the value, the complexity of the dialogue that we need to focus on. And we need to focus on words, words that make us alive, not kill us. Sometimes we are using some words which are separating us, like racism, like intolerance, like creating hate, the ability to live, to make us live on distortion. Well, when it comes to victims, no one is guilty. It's like not giving you the opportunity to express yourself, to think, to live on freedom. It's not about the color of your skin. It's not about your way of thinking. You are free. This ethnicity that we are focused on, it's a big threat for me as a citizen. I just wanted to highlight that because what we are living right now is two concepts. People who want to create a closed society, a closed community with opposed members, and this other group to create a French-speaking community. This language, which is ambivalent, language allowing to identify yourself and to vary your identity. They are entities for reconciliation, creation of good relationship, and to have his own signature. I don't know if I have a few minutes or not. Well, I'm going to follow on my speech. On the book that I wrote, I dealt with the woke, which is the racism coming from this front coming from USA. We know the threat, and we need to analyze the ideology. We have the love of life in France, in our countries, also Rwanda, for example. So in this book, it's not about living together, but the possibility of repairing ourselves with words. And I think that there are some words making us laugh. Intimacy, for example, which is extremely important. Privacy, because living with others without having the privacy and without having the access to our privacy, that will help us in protecting ourselves against the others. Of course, we need to search for ourselves and we need to reveal ourselves within our creations. And I found also this word signature, our way of life, our way of thinking, talking. It's characterizing our identity and how to love these signatures, these characteristics are opening ourselves to the world. I can tell you that well, I just wanted to talk about this partnership also between the mayors and the citizens. We are not going through civil society to the civil war. I would like to thank Anne Hidalgo for helping me in recognizing different things, and I'm really happy to tell you such things right now. Thank you very much for this witnessing. We are going also to talk about your actually, you've been saying on your book that we need to use different words to live together. Wafat really, your job is focusing on putting content on living together. We are going to hear your witnessing.
L'IAMF et toute l'équipe sympathique, nos anges gardiens, Nathalie, Lionel, Charlotte et toute l'équipe pour l'invitation. Je remercie aussi du côté de la ville de Tunis, Madame le maire, Madame Sourad Abdelrahim et Madame Sourad Sissi. Alors pour mon intervention justement, c'était sur le vivre ensemble.
My intervention was regarding to live together and the art as a vehicle of living together and of social cohesion. And so in art and the civil society, so this it will respond to the challenge of living together and the social cohesion. So art will play the curative play actor, and it will be an actor in the debate and a tool for mediation. And I'm inviting the municipalities and also the actors from the civil society, so to have art in the as an actor in the social cohesion and living together. So art, it has also an education educational potential. So, and also we have put services adapted to the young people with collective creation, so which are targeting other things than aesthetic, and to be a vehicle for inclusion and a mediator. So it's a committed art. So and so the artist is the best of the citizens. So I'm going to talk about the actions that I have undertaken in the cities with the population that are so who are young, so since the early ages, so and also so primary school, and then junior senior school, and then so and this is through the so I will describe the activities that I made. So the first one is so it's with an action that you have made with pupils from a primary school in Tunisia. So it was with the during the Independence Day in the of Tunisia. So so we talked about the history of Tunisia. So we talk about the history of Tunisia, and we try to put together so the some shadows with children that are celebrating the historic periods of Tunisia. And these children, so they did a conference expo where they present these arts. So they understood and they could describe and tell the history of our Princess Isa, and also how his brother Maximilian killed his her husband Ashley, and she fled to Cyprus and then to the North Africa, so where there were another culture, and she built Carthage, and it's a tale of tolerance. So Lisa, she succeeded to get together figures from different culture. So in the table, so they illustrated the symbols of prosperity of
militaire.
Trade, prosperity, military, money, Phoenician alphabets. So the structure of the Phoenician, also Phoenician houses, and also Hannibal, who went through the Pyrenees with his 40 elephants. So you need to imagine the children describing these tables. So they were so he was killed, and Carthage was burnt, and by so the by the Roman general African Scipion, and they built the African, so what we call Africa. So Africa is the name of our continent, and so it allowed the children to have these thinking of part of belonging. Also, we've encountered students from political sciences, so with the university level, and we worked on the gender, so how they thought about the gender, each in his country. So for my side, so I did an exposition regarding the women writers, African women writers. So in a meeting of women and knowledge, so in the knowledge of the African women in the transmission of the African culture. So the women, African women, they were the most women who were read, which book were read. It's from three Senegalese. So among them, Aminata Safwa, which is the girl of the Bati. And this gave me the idea to find in each African country so a tribute to African portrait, and it was through a picture, and it was through the African days. So we had other activities with children, and it was for the anniversary of slavery abolition in Tunisia with Ahmed Pasha and Mushir Bey. So it was the first picture here, and here we had a conference on the history of slavery. So the student, he knew that the word slavery is Slavish from Slavony, Croatia today, and that slavery. So the first slave, it was not a black, but a white, and he was from the antique Rome. So also we had activities with the African Day, the International African Day, and we had an expo and artistic regarding the similarities and all the convergence points of the African culture. And here I base myself on with Ivorian anthropologue Czech anthropologist who said that that is this cultural similarity that the missed elements of people, and that give the history continuity of the history lived by a collectivity. So the approach of the historian French, also Fernand Rodel, so it allowed me to understand so the thinking way of his house of three stories. So one of convergence, the role of the women, so women who's laboring, which is forming the existing economy that is classifying the African in the lobby or the ground floor. So, and we have also the similarities with the franc CFA, so the state nations and the colonization, and the French language, and similarities with at the level of the clothes. So we are wearing the same thing. So as jeba, so and all the type of clothes, and also something else which is very interesting, so that I was talking about. So the visiting the saints, the visiting of Sidi Saad in Tunisia, and in order to say that it is a ritual everywhere in Africa, because the human being, it's not so he is invisible in the souls, which make impossible this relationship with all this invisible world. So just like one thing, so just to say as a conclusion, I just the last exposition was with my writing, so with Jerba. So I illustrated the rituals of the Jew in Jerba, to say that Jerba is a laboratory of research, of ethnological research, but it's a territory of neighboring and living together. Thank you very much for this illustration.
Alors, je vais citer Anna Arendt. Les mots justes trouvés au bon moment sont de l'action. Madame Nguibaré, quand je vous ai présenté tout à l'heure, j'ai utilisé le mot de transparence. Pouvez-vous nous rapporter...
I've been talking about transparency. Would you tell us, please, why transparency is really important for you? Why is it a condition, an essential condition on the process for reconstruction of Rwanda?
Merci beaucoup.
very much. Allow me, first of all, to thank the AIMF for inviting us to share with you and with the members of the association. Well, as we said it before, everyone knows about it. There was in April 1994, the population of Rwanda was writing the darkest page of the history, and this genocide killed and destroyed everything. And everything was blackout. We needed a reconstruction after that. And right now, we would like to thank the courage of different members of Army of Montagnier, which stopped the genocide that allowed the Rwandese to still have faith on life. Well, we just needed to reconstruct everything again. So the government of Rwanda had the will, the firm will to reconstruct and had the objective to rebuild the country. We had to think about repairing everything to repair. This is the right word, just to understand that we had to deal with the materials and with the humanitarian sides, because the government had also the political will to associate everyone. So the actors of civil society in the text were invited to participate on this process of reconstruction. Well, we had different aspects to take into consideration because everyone couldn't afford to be part of each action. That's why the actors of civil society shared the sectors of intervention. This is to say that everyone played the role. Our organization, Transparency International, for the chapter of Rwanda, is a global movement with working on different countries and started not directly after the genocide, but in 2004, 10 years ago, or 10 years after the genocide. Our objective is to give the support on the domain of good governance, that transparency, also this transparency that I've been talking about, and the accountability, because we are telling ourselves every time that if bad practices on social justice, on managing the public services existed, that will not give the opportunity to the prosperity of populations and cities. That's why we started this movement of transparency, and of course with the support of Transparency International at the global level, at the world level. What we are doing on concrete way. First of all, we have different partnership agreements with the ministries and local administration. Well, the Prime Minister is present here, and he knows that we have a good collaboration at the level of ministries with the Office of UNISMA, also MINUSMA. We have also the Rwanda Investigation Bureau. We have a collaboration. Well, I will be back to this point later on. We have also collaboration with the international police, different districts, and of course with the courts and tribunals. And we are considering also what we call the Pact of Integrity, which is consisting on doing the assessment and the follow-up of local projects. And of course, in terms of infrastructure, especially that allows the population, local populations to exchange and to free the circulation of people between two districts, two provinces. And one of our countries, one of our partners is member of your association also. We are collaborating also in terms of exchanging information. There are different activities that we don't have a mandate, like to conduct different service and to denounce some people on tribunals. This is the responsibility of one of our partners. That's why we are dealing with members and in raising the awareness of the population in order to give them the opportunity to be part of projects by the government and in order to conduct on a good way these projects, because the Rwandan government and the civil society, we would like that one citizen of this country, every citizen of this country had the needed capacities and qualifications to take his own identity, but also the identity of this country. So for this context, we need to have the right tools, otherwise we can't intervene on a right way. So, as I told you, we would like also to thank the Vice
Nous encourageons les populations locales d'y participer lors d'identifier les besoins par ordre
well, we need
prioritaire.
to identify the needs and to see the priority, the planification, and the implementation also. Well, as that the local authorities are not alone on this process. We are there and we need to make the accompaniment of the extra sector. We would like to underline also the importance of other projects. Please, I would like to underline that the Vice Mayor talked about the different initiatives for security coverage, and today each Rwandi has his insurance. And we need also to work closely with the civil society, which is the most important thing is to understand the program and to understand laws and policies, because during the amendment of certain laws, especially when it comes to my association, for example, we are every time associated. That's why we are working closely right now with on the politic for declaring the wealth.
Chaque année, et les biens
Please, would you close the mic, please? We can't translate. Well, sometimes you have to mention that you are dealing with. Thank you very much, dear moderator.
C'est nous qui vous remercions pour cette
Thank you very much.
Alors, je vais continuer donc notre tour de table ce matin. Madame Canu,
I'm going to continue.
pardon. Vous aussi, vous portez témoignage
Mrs.
d'une
Kanakuse,
catastrophe s'est produite du
you
moment
are talking about
l'expérience
another
chez
catastrophe.
l'organisation où elle vient également. Et c'est avec les femmes
So it's why with women that
Donc, je le disais tout à l'heure,
social, and someone else is talking at the same time, so we cannot hear the.
Merci, merci, monsieur le modérateur. Moi aussi, je remercie également l'IAMF qui nous a invités et surtout la ville de la mairie de la ville de Kigali qui a voulu qu'on partage avec les autres participants notre expérience en tant que membre de la société civile qui a lutté pour l'égalité du genre dans notre pays et surtout dans la reconstruction du pays après le génocide des Tutsis. Alors, si je commence notre parcours, je parlais justement de mon organisation dont j'en suis présidente, c'est Profam qui signifie ensemble, ensemble pour la promotion, ensemble, je veux dire les hommes et les femmes, pour la promotion de la femme. Donc, ça, c'est très important qu'on puisse comprendre ce que c'est Profam. En fait, c'est un collectif. C'est un collectif qui date de longtemps, avant juste le génocide, 2 ans avant le génocide de Tutsi, en 1992.
So in 2012, in October, so the women from the civil society, so they fought for peace.
On s'est mis ensemble avec 13 organisations, j'étais là, on a fondé...
So it's a...
on a vu le génocide de Tutsi et qui a ravagé tout, ma collègue Makile l'a dit, et désastrement, bien tout est parti. Et voilà, après le génocide, on s'est vu des gens rescapés, les femmes qui rentraient de l'exil après 30 ans, même plus. On a vu des vieilles mourir, on a vu des veuves, on a vu des orphelins, et on s'est mis ensemble. Je me réjouis que la contribution des femmes résilientes et courageuses, des femmes rwandaises, se sont mises ensemble. Nous allons parler de la paix. Voilà. Nous devons reconstruire notre pays. Nous devons apporter notre effort. Mais ces femmes étaient dans les pleurs. Elles étaient des veuves. Elles étaient nuls. Je dis nuls parce qu'ils n'avaient rien. Alors, ils se sont mis ensemble, on s'est mis ensemble dans ce collectif et pour reconstruire notre pays. La première action que nous voyons que c'est vraiment un effort très important de la société civile via Profam c'est qu'on a géré les conséquences du génocide. Les femmes ont géré les conséquences du génocide. Ils se sont mis ensemble, on a rassemblé nos orphelins, on a apporté de quoi à manger, on a apporté des conseils, on a fait le counseling auprès de nos veuves. Et puis, on s'est mis ensemble. La deuxième action très importante, c'est qu'on s'est dit, maintenant, au lieu de croiser nos mains, au lieu de continuer à pleurer, il faut qu'on parle et puis qu'on travaille. On a élaboré un programme qu'on appelle, qui a même de l'effet aujourd'hui, campagne Action pour la paix. Pourquoi campagne? Il fallait montrer aux citoyens, via les femmes rwandaises, qu'on est capable de se mettre ensemble malgré nos passés différents. Les unes venaient de rentrer de l'exil, les autres étaient des veuves, les autres avaient des maris en prison, les autres avaient des maris qui ont fait le génocide, les autres, c'était des jeunes femmes de 20 ans, de 18 ans, qui venaient de se marier, qui ont perdu leur mari. Les autres étaient des vieilles qui se sont vues perdre leurs enfants et leurs maris. On s'est mis ensemble et on a élaboré ce programme à campagne Action pour la paix, qui nous a valu un prix de l'UNESCO de par cet aspect de la tolérance. Ça, c'est la deuxième action qui a marqué ce pays, la reconstruction du pays via les femmes rwandaises. La troisième action, c'est vraiment la contribution des femmes de Profam dans la révision des lois. Je me rappelle qu'en 1998, il n'y avait pas la loi de succession. Les femmes rwandaises se sont mises ensemble et se sont dit, et voilà, nous avons beaucoup de veuves, ils n'ont pas le droit de succession. alors qu'ils ont les enfants, les orphelins, on s'est mis ensemble, les femmes qui ont fait l'éducation, qui ont fait les sciences sociales, qui ont fait le droit. On a relevé les problèmes qui se trouvent dans la société. Peut-être quand je reviens en arrière, c'est que pour nous, la société civile, c'est un pont entre le citoyen et le gouvernement. Et là, nous avons soulevé les problèmes, la problématique dans notre famille, et nous avons fait un papier que nous avons construit, que nous avons remis au gouvernement, et montrer les problèmes qui se trouvent dans la communauté, montrer que les femmes ne peuvent pas continuer à reconstruire le pays alors qu'ils n'ont pas droit à la succession. C'est la première loi qui a été mise en place pour protéger nos familles. Là, la société civile y a apporté beaucoup d'efforts. La deuxième loi, c'est la loi, par exemple, le loi foncier. Le loi foncier, parce que là, on écrivait toute la terre Silone. Là, les femmes se sont battues dans ce pays pour que la loi soit genre sensible. Profondément, il a joué un grand rôle. Et heureusement que c'était un pays, justement, qui préconisait l'unité, qui préconisait la société civile. On nous invitait chaque fois, dans le Parlement pour donner nos observations, pour donner nos idées. Et voilà la loi.
In order to give our ideas, and here, hence, the law was implemented, and we had many laws were implemented, like the law for violence and the law of the family law, civil code. So they participated, and also we consultation. So for us, the civil society, it was an important pillar for the construction of the our society. So, Mr. the Moderator, so if I highlight which civil society, so it's because they're ethical will. I remember that in 1995, when we were going to Beijing, so we shared that we are selecting corporations. So to say, so the state, it's for the state. So this,
la société civile,
it's belonging to civil society and the government. And that's why we opted for the collaboration. So can I go ahead, Mr. the Moderator? So maybe we can give the floor to our last guest. So thank you very much for your testimony. So so with the transition, so we'll give the floor to Dr. Gizimana. So he will talk to us about this question of the memory. So regarding how to choose the words and put the words on the words, and his role within the higher authority for fighting the junta. So I would like to start by, thank you very much. I would like to start by the one who's can escape the powders, so he can speak about it. So in 1994, so Rwanda was hit by the genocide, and Rwanda chose afterwards to talk about this genocide, and especially to use its so, and this institution that I'm leading, it's to manage these the consequences of this and to play the role of educational role. And in September 1994, so the first association of victims of and escaped, so it was created, and it was created by women in Vega, so Avega, so the association of the rescapees of genocide. And since the beginning, so women, so they played a role as a social society in order to bring back the Rwandan civil society. So we need the time that Rwanda put institutions and to manage these consequences, because so in 1995, so Rwanda installed the first commemoration, so the public commemoration. So because we're talking about to give back humanity to the and dignity to the human beings, and it was official of
société civile
1995, and the civil society since then participating until today, especially the association of the ISKI escapees, and also the youth association. And in 2008, so the Rwanda was conscious that it were a lot of memorials and tombs of the genocide victims, and it was from the families and associations they were taking care of. So Rwanda formulated a law, and because Rwanda, so it's not. So it's also a task for the state. So in 2012, so the memorials genocide they became the public sites. And facilities, and this was in partnership with and they were managed by the state and with the help of the civil society. And from 2003, so the Constitution of Rwanda created the higher authority to fight genocide. For whom I'm the head, the chairman. So in order to have activities in relationship with the memory. So. So what did just in few words? So we did some research because we cannot build the memory if we don't do the history. So so we know that the Tutsi they have a long history of history. So that was so 1959. So we did the research with some archives that we can find here, and also demography, and even the administration and different public and private. They were motivated to do research on the perpetrations of the genocide. So within the localities and the also the private institutions and public institutions. So we have also a big job of storing the this so Rwanda implemented the system, participatory system. So it was adjusted that allowed the population to sit together and to see what the genocide happened and do some jobs and incite people to suspected people to admit their crimes. So that's what so because admit the crime, it's give the details how the crime happened in his village and everything. So with all these testimonies, we have also the punishment show, because there are people who some perpetrators. So he wanted to admit that they were perpetrators. So we needed to take them to court. So all the work were by the courts. So it was the synergy that were taken. So which we just finished the work of digitalization. It was like a big work. It was 60 millions of documents. So that were digitalized, and also to have indexation and so we do also another of gathering of testimonies of the escaped victims. So we collaborate with the Association of the Escapees. So and we work with the all the people, because there are perpetrators who admitted the crimes, and also but also we do another with the justice. What is this? So these are who refused the Tutsi. So to these honorable acts. So in order that the society can begin. So you cannot have. So with also of braveness and dignity. So in the memorials, so we have a memorials in Kigali, Rivero, which are dedicated to the brave people who fought against genocide. So some of them they were killed. So there's also the great work regarding the education of young people, because 70 people of the of Rwanda under 30. So imagine these people during the genocide, they had 5 years, and some of them they were not born yet. To rewrite history, so to have a good country, so well-governed country, but it's coming from so far. So organized seminars, and also also we were working on the manual work. So we're talking about the history of now. So how can we do this? So what kind of partnership? So there is a partnership in the research. So it's gathering the testimonies, and then we're talking about the survivors and also the testimonies of reconstitution, which is in charge of following all the programs, which is in charge of gathering all the people who admitted and who admitted also. And here, so with this office, so we are working together in order to rewrite the history. So in the diaspora, so we have the collaboration with the Rwandan diaspora, so with the Rwandans, so in different countries, and also the France or Rwanda and other research association and centers. So in France, Madame Ramaha, so and we have a close collaboration with her and also with Evoca France and the municipality of Paris. So they have a leading in Paris, and also they have a park, memorial park, the genre of Paris. So and so here we are wishing so to give you the proposal in different municipalities that you are leading, so that you can do this work I just mentioned. So it's the it's to manage some memorials, but so that the young generations they know that there was a genocide in Rwanda in the 20th century, and that can happen. So in this park, so we can put like this. And so we are doing it with the civil society and also the university research centers. So we have research centers in the higher school of science in Paris. So they are sending us in social science. So and with this exchange in Rwanda, and also with magazines so which are recognizing this kind of admitting this kind of genocide. So we have also collaboration with another association of young people, JRG. So it's the young escaped people from the genocide. So it's very brave that the women, they were the first.
Ils ont créé une
So
association.
they created an association, so at the university, which were gathering, and this association allowed them to have a certain solidarity and also to get together. So the year, so it's realizing a study each year, so to search the families they were totally disappeared. So and they have no member of them is existing. So the first one, this. So it's to show that in 1993, 5,593 families that were disappeared totally. So and we can say that so 68,000 and 11 people, and so we have here we have an example of families that they were disappeared. About 70,000 people they disappeared. So other partnerships, so they are only partnerships. So we figured out that so the escapees of the genocide, so they get older, and there are people who doesn't have anyone to take care of them. So with the government and the civil society, so we build houses for these people, and we put a social and sanitary system for them, so in order to support them in dignity. And this is we're doing it with the civil society. So and the organization Unity Kabbalah. So this afternoon, so you'll visit maybe some of them for the first time, the Memorial of Kigali. So the memorial, so it is managed by NGO, British NGO, which having its a branch in Rwanda. So and wanted that this memorial to collaborate with our foreign partners, so to have this memorial of Kigali. I'm talking of these memorials. And also in Belgium, so in the headquarters of the United Nations, so at Geneva and somewhere else. So everywhere else. So it's a important act. So the memorial of the Tutsi genocide. So it's very important to talk about. So through the United Nations, so the United Nations organization, so it put a court that judged the perpetrators of this genocide, and they talked about the recognition of the rights of these people. So the United Nations since 2004, so they adopted a resolution so that will to say that the April 17 to be a day for reflection on genocide. So this day, so the world stop to see this catastrophe that happened in the 20th. So in 2018, so the General Assembly of the United Nations to suggest that the commemoration needs to be every single day, every single year, in every single country. So in France, that is which is considering the date of the 17th of April as a date reserved to the genocide of Rwanda. So we can have it for the Tutsis, so it can be a world reality because because it is celebrated by all the countries. So to conclude, what I would suggest or ask, first we need that the municipalities, they need to put efforts that they in their programs or educational programs or history, so they create a lesson on genocide. And also the genocide, which is recognized by the international community. Secondary, so we need to collaborate. We need to have a collaboration regarding to fight against impunity, because the people who the responsible of perpetrators. Because most of them, they are refused in outside the Rwanda. So they are in Europe, they are in Canada. But none of these African countries judge these people. So we can find them in Europe with Canada. So this is tricking us, because if the perpetrator, so he's moving freely, so it's so we need to have rights.
Le génocide et qui sanctionne.
So in order that is penalizing genocide. So thirdly, so it's so at least so in 2018, Rwanda so initiated a project of description of 4 memorials of genocide. So this in UNESCO, and it is waiting. We're asking for your solidarity to that of genocide. We can be by UNESCO as a educational program for our young people. Thank you very much, Mr. the moderator. Thank you very much for all this.
Thank you very much for what you've been saying. The General Assembly is waiting for us after this reunion, and I would like to ask the panelists if one proposal after what you've been talking about, Dr. Pizanama, do you have any proposal to allow preventing this kind of trauma? And how can we learn from history? Which are the measures to take into consideration in order to avoid what happened in the past? Who would like to start? Rachel Canal, please. Thank you very much. We've been talking before about Dakar. It's not Ivory Coast, it's Dakar. The University of Dakar, for example, concerning the proposal that you've been mentioning before. Their wrote Lux Merlex, the light is mine. The proposal is to highlight our language because we are humans, we are speaking. We need to have a common language and we need to put it in common concerning schools, education. We need to make it understandable for people that genocide is a process starting by a language and an understanding to touch our consciousness. This is my proposal. The language should be a richness, a wealth for the next generation and not a weapon to dehumanize us. Well, another proposal? Yes, please. Wafaturi, it's on the same context, especially when it comes to education. We need to educate the next generations. Mr. Bizanema, who intervened before, said something really important. He said that we need to put signals for joining ourselves. Why not artistic ones? Why don't we have art galleries or different works, artistic works, just to remind us about this darkest part of the history, the genocide, in order to make it visible to next generations and the young generations and to learn from this experience. Yes, Mrs. Kamuri. Well, I would like to thank Dr. Usimana for what she said, and we are supporting movements. We need to ask for your solidarity, as my colleague has said, on rights. Is not human rights. Well, your solidarity to fight against this movement because it's a step of genocide when it's a campaign that we need to sustain. We are witnessing different steps all over the world, not only in Africa. So it's a movement of understanding. This appeal will be heard. Just Mrs. Kanikazi to conclude. I would like that education should be inserted, especially when it comes to peace, and the women in this movement should be actresses for peace and should be the mediator in order to take the whole process. They need to be taken into consideration when it comes to education. Women are mothers, and men also should play their own role. Just to remind you that women were violated, were raped also massively, and that was really difficult to see that we actually should work with civil society, with our allies on the parliament. We conducted different campaigns in order to be considerate on first degree. The mayors of IAMF should take into consideration that mothers are women, are mothers of Africa, and the education should start by mothers and children. What we need to master on like the education to peace. I would like to retain that on our minds. I would like to upload our 5 witnesses, and then we are going to conclude on this note. The call to peace and to give the opportunity to General Assembly, who is going to take place right now in a few minutes. Thank you very much.